Yeah, if you put on a microphone, it works, right? That's the first step. Alright. So, as I just mentioned, while it's talking to a muted microphone, I'm back from the dentist. So, I don't feel that much down here right now. Otherwise, I'm fine, more or less. With the exception of maybe a bit of a blurry vision. So, today's stream will be interesting. And in case you watch this later on, that's part of the story. So, if my decision making is very questionable, or if I'm absolutely incomprehensible, that's why that is. I hope though that it will get better throughout the stream, and hopefully it will not start to hurt or something. But it was a small scale operation, so not much was done. At least I hope that's what will be happening going forward. So let's focus on Football Manager though. Last time out we lost. And somebody wants to get Cloyd. Cool. So last time out we lost against Lisbury? I'm still confused by the pronunciation here. I listened to this like 15 times now and I still can't figure it out. I guess it's Welsh in a nutshell. Yeah. And otherwise, I think we need to improve performances, sure, but they have not been that bad. We are at this point where I feel like we can have a chance, especially against Cardiff Dracs, but we can't be sure about it. And we need to win the direct duels at least. Against Seven Sisters we did pretty well, so against the teams down here we need to win. Obviously we will take it a game at a time. It's not like we can do anything about the schedule, but Cardiff Dracs, Pentre, and I don't know where Cambrian and Kidlach are. They are second, so we need to win the next two. If the next two are won, I mark as favorites to remain in the league. That said, this is, very positive statement. It might go down south pretty soon. And given the club vision, we are on our way to work within the wage budget, so that's fine. With this, they are satisfied for now. I'm not so sure. We have tried our best, yes. Yeah, so if we get relegated, we will get fired, that's for sure. There is also the option, if we fall off by too many points, we might get fired. Slightly disappointed with the job we're doing. What we can do is we can look at stuff that is not related to match performances. So if we want to make things better, for example, we can look at transfers. Morgan Owen was not a regular starter. I'm confused by this. And with Sam McNew, it's similar. But overall, there's a lot of C's here, so nobody is really annoyed by the transfers that we made. In fact, the board is happy with the transfer business. That said, yeah, same with Coleman and Feldstedt. So this is all right. Very good value for money, they say. So on the transfer market, we're okay so far. If we bring in somebody in the future, preferably it should be a loan signing for cheap with good value, with good skill for the squad. Okay. So this is one of the things that we get yeah, that are important to the board as well as the followers. Tactics wise, there's notable supporter input. Okay. And this, it seems, well, they are happy with the impact had in recent matches, and they like the quality of the pressing. Okay. Same with the board. They do not like the recent series of poor results. Sure, who does? And they don't like the entertainment. The problem is we cannot adhere to their expectations of entertainment just yet. And I think it's probably the most viable option to reduce the goals conceded. So going forward, it's the same all over again. We will stick to the defensive formation if we can do it. We didn't concede that many goals recently in the defensive formation, so I hope that it has an impact. A positive one, that is. But first of all, there's also team dynamics and stuff that we might improve a little bit. This includes a lot of talking. And maybe the release of Wayne Cloyd. Because, well, he's competent now, is he? Because whilst he's being judged as a competent player at this point, maybe not an inside forward. Interesting. Yeah, but his vision is really bad. So as an inside forward, he would use his finishing, so I guess that's a plus. That said, he's a drag on morale in the squad. On the other hand, we can use him from time to time at least. There's nobody else out there that performs reasonably well. So we'll keep him for now. Coleman apparently gained half a star for some reason. I guess the training is the reason. And communication went up. I really appreciate this. Not bad. Not bad. So there's also problems with anticipation for him and obviously the throwing. But the throwing I don't feel is very it's not vital to his game, if that makes sense. Now, if he had bad kicking on top, probably. But the way it is right now, I feel like communication and positioning are more important. And as long as he develops this way, there's a reason to play him. With positioning here. It improved a little bit. Time and time again. So that's good. I like this. How about his last match? Well, the passing wasn't great. So I think this is something that we can criticize. Also, he conceded 2 goals. Yeah, he agrees to it. He had 5 saves, 2 goals conceded. Not so sure about that. Flynn Murray. So he won 100% of his tackles. His passing wasn't great though. Ten interceptions. I will not complain about this. So overall it was okay. That's as I said, the passing isn't great. 26 out of 45, that's a bit more than 50%. But I don't like it. Okay. He agrees to this. Sam Jones. He has a rating of 6.7, isn't horrible, but it's not great either. Let's say that we can praise his one tackle. And I would be willing to criticize the passing, but as a defender he might not react in a positive manner to this. It's not, you know, it's above 50%. So I'm not so sure. Oh, let's try. Whatever. We only have this one life, might as well risk it. Okay. Okay. Feldstedt. I also want to look at development. A little bit at least. Well, there's not much to see here yet. But his positioning didn't improve. Not at all. He gained a bit of pace and a bit of composure. I like that. Oh, there's a message. Live on stream. And probably, given that this is a private message live on stream, I'm not sure if this is a follower. Let me have a look. Well, in any case, it's probably somebody selling something. It usually is. So Feldstedt had an assist last time out. I wasn't aware. I think I forgot about that one. His passing isn't that woeful. His tackling is none to speak of. There's none available. Heading is alright. I don't think I want to criticize him too much. The heading 12 out of 16, so this is 75%, right? That should be okay. Okay. So apparently this is a plus for him at least. Yeah, it's a small scale, but whatever we can do to improve morale. And we gotta be cautious with this stuff. So his passing was pretty woeful. That's just not okay. Yeah. He can accept this. There's nothing to praise him for. 6.6 rating. The funny part is that most of defense is okay, rating-wise. But there's not much else to tell. Here Martin had great training rating previously. His performance in the last match, the heading was fantastic. That said, he doesn't play as a central defender. So we need to praise his tackling. But he likes that. Penetrating passes are none to speak of. That's not his main job though. So it feels a bit off to criticize him for the lack of chances created. I will refrain from that for now. Ryan Gibson, on the other hand, it's his main job. And sure, he's a 17-year-old, but he didn't do it that well recently. His passing was okay though, as was his tackling, so I guess we can go there. Yeah, and it's always the same. 100% tackling is 100% tackling. Apparently they accept this. So why not do it? Then his performance though doesn't include a single chance created. Yeah, and as I said, this is part of his job as a Metzaler. We also gave him an official warning. At least I think I did right now. Yeah, and that might be just fine. For him, form-wise, it doesn't look good. This is not great. So it might be that we play somebody else. In fact, it might be that we play and is it Rooney? No, it's not Rooney. Adam Jones in midfield next time out. Even though he's, you know, he's a striker, not a midfield option. But at least as a Metzala, he has the skill set, I think. In fact, let's look. Can we? Well, at least we can highlight the attributes. Where's Metzala? Here. So he doesn't have the balance. His decision making isn't great, long shots and passing aren't that great, dribbling is tolerable, no vision to speak of. I guess that's not a great Metzala. There's reasons for him to be a Metzala though. Some of these are really good, some of the attributes. So I don't know yet, but maybe we will use him next time out. How about Gary Byrne? 7.4 training rating, that's good. I didn't expect that. Okay. We are in the middle of the road territory. Thanks for telling me, but I do not agree 100% with you. Tackles have been bad, his heading has been bad, didn't create chances. Okay. Apparently he can't accept the criticism. 29 out of 36. That's not 90%. How much is this? Sorry, I'm a bit slow in the head. It's 80%. 80.5%. Is this okay? For midfielder that's acceptable. Praiseworthy? Not so much. So let's not do that. 85% plus I think would be really decent passing. With 80% I'm not so sure. Tumulty. His last match wasn't great. And this is mainly due to the fact that he didn't create any chances. Let's praise his last game for the tackles there, as always. There seems to be a common theme that closing down people and tackling them not in a hard way, if you don't know how to do a tackle, is viable for some of these players. So we have decent tackling statistics as a team, even though we don't do enough tackles. He will get an official warning, not a fine. So he will not be fined. 17 out of 21. How's that passing wise? That's approximately 81%. It's not great. He didn't have a lot of chances. It might be. Welcome back to the stream, Sharon Mullet. In case you're wondering, I'm back from the dentist, so if pronunciation is way off or I'm barely understandable, this is why that is. It feels, you know, all a bit weird. I still wanted to do a stream on Fridays though, so thanks for joining, and I hope we can still have a lot of fun. And hopefully it's not at my expense. Yeah, so with Cloyd, he's competent now in this position. We use him as an inside forward. There are some obvious weaknesses in his game for this kind of role. We could also use him as a wide target forward. Okay, yeah, well, the dentist joked as I told him that I would be, you know, I was going to do a stream afterwards. He told me that maybe for English, it's just fine to be unable to pronounce anything in a clear manner. So I guess he has a point, at least seen from a German perspective. So maybe that's alright. And insert Kappa here. So, in his case, the white target forward, as we played him last time out, might not be that bad of a choice either. But it doesn't include his dribbling. And this is basically a question of what we want him to do, depending on what the opposition is. So, if the opposition defender is really slow, for example, we might still go with an inside forward because he's a decent dribbler. Yeah, thank you very much. Well, in that case, I guess you are listening and watching. Yeah, so obviously there are exceptions to the rule. Great. So I went through these players in their last game's performance. The 6.0 obviously isn't great and we need to criticize him. That said, well, he's unflappable, but I think he was a bit controversial recently. He didn't create chances. I guess that's the way we do it. Yeah, but he will not improve morale, you know, because there's still a promise going. And Yates' form, this is, well, I guess he had that. But he didn't score last time out. This is unlike Yates. So, a lack of chances created, I feel, is viable here. One shot on target, nothing else. Okay. He doesn't like this treatment. I criticize his performance too much. Well, how about you don't give me reason to criticize it then? So, passing wise, this isn't that wonderful. We cannot praise his tackling. There's nothing else to do here. We might let him rot on a bench for a game. So, what's new with you, Jaron Nollet? Anything you want to tell us about? Or I guess me, right now. We were under pressure. Yeah, I guess that's true. It didn't feel like we were under a lot of pressure in the first half of the game. Oh. Well, best wishes from my side, if that makes any sense. I guess he doesn't care about the wishes of a random streamer from Germany, but yeah. And you know, the common stuff. Take your time and so on. So hopefully you don't catch it. I guess it would be a very private question to ask if you had it until these days. Well, until now, but I figure most people had. Also, most people probably were vaccinated like 3 times up until this point. So it should be pretty easy on most people, right? That said, I'm not aware how things are going in the United States. Yeah. I think I had it twice, personally. I don't think there's a reason not to talk about this on the stream. And the first time was really hard. This was previously, prior to being vaccinated. And I think it was also prior to being epidemic. So it felt like a really, really bad cold, but like a cold that knocked me out for 3 weeks, being able to breathe. So in hindsight, I feel it might have been COVID, even though I don't know for sure. The second time it was COVID for sure. I had a positive test, but that was after I got vaccinated multiple times. So that was basically a walk in the park in comparison. I think there's so obviously I'm not a medical practitioner, but one thing that came to light, pun intended, as you will see pretty soon, is that the influence of being outside and of let me see if I get that together. The influence of vitamin D as well as melatonin with respect to COVID has been researched, and it seems like people with COVID have vastly better outcomes if they get an appropriate amount of sun exposure. So on the naked, skin. So in case your roommate is one of these people that doesn't go outside as soon as it's allowed or it's reasonable, you might want to push him outside into the garden for an hour a day. That might improve the outcome. But that's just me reading up on things on the internet. There's scientific studies for this, and I think one should follow those. Obviously, this is unsolicited advice, so as I said, I'm not a medical practitioner. Everybody's got to look up that stuff for themselves. Anyway, I hope he gets well soon. Yeah. I suppose you are in the northern part of the United States, so similar levels of sun exposure as in Northern Europe. Given that I'm in Germany, vitamin D deficiency is a real problem overall in this area of the globe. Basically, we don't get that much sun exposure, even though we are light skinned. Or at least I am. I don't know about your skin color, obviously, and it shouldn't matter to me. But light-skinned people have problems getting enough vitamin D, so darker complexion is even worse with generating vitamin D if there's not that much sun. And a lot of us have inside jobs, sitting in front of a screen or something. So us people, we do not get that much sun exposure. Also, I think, so this is not a topic related to Football Manager in any way, but if I'm not mistaken, vitamin D is generated in combination with a certain amount of fats in the blood, and okay, yeah, well, with that stuff, do a blood test from time to time. You don't want to overdo it. But there's a healthy range for vitamin D, if I'm not mistaken. And obviously listen to your doctor, there's medical experts for this kind of stuff, so ask them. But I think there's a range for vitamin D that is pretty healthy. And some people tend to overdo it or underdo it. So do a test once a year in case you want to have it. I think that's the way to be sure. And then you can just target an appropriate amount. But I think part of the influence is the way we interpret healthy nutrition these days. I don't want to start a bitch fight within the first 30 minutes of the stream, but our nutrition overall is focused on certain things that we think are healthy, and a certain amount of fats in the blood is just required. So if you want to read up on this and how it influences, for example, the way vitamin D is generated, there might be something to find there too. Also, just ask your doctor, but most medical professionals don't do that much nutrition work, so yeah. Darren Evans, do we want to bring him in? Certainly. The short, simple passing is not that great for him, but as a ball-winning midfielder or defensive midfielder, I feel he's just fine. This is exactly what we wanted, and we get him in second attempt. So I will do this immediately. He will come in January though. That said, he's a good transfer for us. He's really cheap. A- quality apparently. We have a second option there, and then Wayne Kirk can go. I don't care anymore. All right. How do I answer this? So, well, let me put it that way. I think this is part of the system. Well, speaking as a European, we mostly assume that people are healthy if they do not have symptoms. I disagree. That said, personally, so with disclaimer, not a medical advisor, blah blah, right? I disagree. People are not entirely healthy just because they don't notice symptoms. There's aspects to health that you can go symptom-free for 30 or 40 years, right? And afterwards you realize I should have changed my lifestyle previously. Common example would be stress. If you have a stressful job and you do this for a while, symptoms of burnout might come in slowly. And I just picked this as an easy example. There's other stuff. It's not only mental health, it's also other things. Say you are overweight, for example, and you don't do anything about it and don't change nutrition and still enjoy whatever sugary thing you can find. That's not healthy. And that's low-hanging fruits from an argument's perspective. That said, most doctors will not treat this because it's not an immediate condition. And to be fair, it's not their job. Their job is to treat immediate conditions. The rest of it, you gotta figure out yourself. Or, I don't know, get exercise, get a nutritionist on your own bill. And this is the same in the United States as in Northern Europe. Even though our healthcare system is vastly different. A lot of stuff, once you show symptoms, a lot of stuff in Northern Europe in general gets treated pretty well. So our healthcare system is good overall. But it's after stuff appeared. So the argument here is sometimes you can do something prior to that, or just remain in shape. On the other hand, I don't want to get this put into, the voodoo doctor drawer. There's just drawers for opinions, right? Mental drawers. So I don't want to be put in that category. Scientific approach is important. And I hope that makes some sense to you. So in short, I agree. But yeah. I'd say I wouldn't want to overdo it with that kind of statement. There's also, really good health practitioners that care about their patients a lot. And that try to give good advice even though their time is very limited. It's not all about the money. So they play tiki-taka style. With the kind of formation, we would try to score over the wings. Tiki-taka through the middle. I think we can shut this down pretty well with a 4-3-3. I don't know about their players. So Josh Roberts, that's a left-footed winger with a decent crossing. Man marking will probably not work. We will need to close him down. Yeah, I think so. And distribute to flanks, maybe. I think this is set as a basic requirement to distribute on the flanks. Their last match's expected goals performance, I am not sure of, because, well, I do not know the colors, so they might have been black. I don't know. This is can someone please explain this menu to me? How am I to? Well, okay, I guess I know. If I know their last result, that is. Did they win or did they lose? They lost to Seven Sisters. So, given that they lost to Seven Sisters, this means Seven Sisters is in orange, and Cardiff Drags are in black. There's just no. How is this called? In German they say Legende. I forgot the word. But we would need an explanation. Which color is which team? Nah, correlation is between two assets, right? Or between two statistical samples of statistical data. Let me have a look. I knew this. I use this with Google Sheets every day. So, well, at least I. It's so simple. It's just called a legend, I think. Huh. But I don't know, whatever it's called in a chart. It might just be a legend, but I think a legende in German is two meanings. One is like he's a legend, and the other one is like there's an explanation in a chart that explains what data set is what. Yeah, whatever. I kept going on about this for way too long. So, their passing last time out. They had some decent passing, especially Jordan Shaw, the poacher. He had a lot of passes received, it seems. So we might want to shut him down. But overall, through the middle, they didn't have much of an impact. And for some reason, they created a lot of chances, but they didn't score. So Seven Sisters stood a chance in scoring. Their attacking stats are decent overall. Yeah, this it says well above average. Well, pass completion isn't that great though. Why is pass completion not that great? Probably because they do not form that many triangles, including the wide areas of the pitch. So we play at home. We try to shut them down in the middle and try to counter on the wings. So we distribute to the flanks. We try to go with more direct passing and score on the counter. I think that's viable. That's a good question. So, on one hand, we could start Yates. And thanks for asking, by the way. I like this kind of interaction. So, obviously we could start Yates despite not being a good morale. We could try to get Elena on the pitch. His last game wasn't great. Especially the heading. I don't like that at all. But he's not good. We could try, depending on their defenders. Oh, 2 players on a red? Interesting. So is this important players or is this rubbish? This doesn't feel like important players. Still, they might be very limited with respect to team selection. Yes, there's Tom Jones here. He might come up for next match. But overall, how many players are available? That's 8 plus 9. So they have 17 players available. They do need 18 to have a full bench. So I guess they are hard strapped to find replacements. Maybe Mr. Keating here will be on the bench 4 to 11 days out. Oh no, 11 days to 4 weeks. Never mind, he won't be available. So there might be a man short, or they will bring somebody of the U19 along. That said, it will not have a major impact. I wanted to have a look at their defenders though, because Taylor and Cooper, acceleration is 8, pace is 5, positioning is 5. This is no good. And Cooper, his positioning, marking and so on is really great, and acceleration and pace is good. So I expect Cooper to sweep up most of the balls. He also has a good tackling. His passing is horrible though. What we could do is we could exchange Yates, for example, for Jones. So, yeah, we could try to play Jones there as an advanced forward, or maybe even as a poacher. Who cares? He certainly has the skill set for this. His decision making isn't that great, but he might outrun one of these players and go with the finish. Just put one in. That said, in case we do this, we might need to use somebody else here, and maybe even in another role. Because Gibson didn't play well recently, there's not much of a chance that we will penetrate through the middle of the pitch. So to have a player with more attacking focus here doesn't feel viable. Maybe it's better if we use somebody like Tumulty. Also, obviously we could play Rooney out on the left. He trains to be a winger right now though. Yeah, and same with Mr. Cake Grenade. We might play him due to the pace, but we will need to determine this prior to the match. I want to wait for the training ratings, because if somebody is really good, we might want to put him on the pitch. Gunnarsson was removed from the shortlist. Why? I would love to have him in the squad as a staff member. I don't think he will come. Is there a head of youth development here? Yes, there is. Jordan Civilin. I think it's Civilin. I'm not sure. He's spirited 2 and 4. Well, I would definitely sign this guy if I could. He's not interested there. How about this guy? Well, I guess this is Peter Sevelin. Doesn't look bad. His decisions and composure are a bit off, his heading is a bit off, he's unambitious. I'm not a big fan, but I'm not opposed to the idea of signing him. I think this is middle of the road. Somebody that we could use, but I don't want to go there. And Okay. Things are getting weird now. Well, as I said, I don't think we want to sign that central defender. He's a decent fullback overall. Stays back at all times though. It's not a big minus. Again, somebody with Sisvery, I guess. I'm not that excited by the prospect of signing him. He's balanced 27. Nigel Livingston could be a lone target. He has low levels of determination. Really great midfielder though. At least star rating wise. So that low level of determination is accompanied by level-headed personality. He might do as a central defender. He knocks the ball past the opponent, which I don't like at all. Especially not on a central defender. Then he moves the ball to the right prior to dribbling. He shouldn't dribble at all with dribbling 4. I guess he could do as some sort of, well, trade-wise, anything that needs to break through in the middle. But a ball-winning midfielder is not somebody that I expect to knock the ball past the opponent. And he doesn't know how to play in the position that we play these in. So I guess I'm not that interested, even though it would be a wonderful signing at first glance. He's currently available. With that passing, you definitely stand a chance. So let's bring him in for 2 weeks. He might just be the one to play those passes that we need. David Harman. Doesn't dive into tackles, avoids using weaker foot, the stuff with the right foot prior to a dribbling attempt. This is more like an anchor man, at least on paper, trade-wise. He's got really great jumping though. His tackling is off. So as a defensive midfielder, I don't like this very much. Yeah, and he has decent long shots, so I guess he's better in midfield. That said, as a central midfielder without great passing, but with good vision, this feels a bit... I don't know what to do with this guy. So I guess I'm not interested. Aaron Hiller. We had a look at him, right? Yeah, I remember this guy. This is we played against him. So, great runner, good dribbling, good first touch, off the ball movement is not great, anticipation isn't great, and decision making isn't great. I think he has the technicals, he has the physicals, he doesn't have the mind for it, and he's 25. So, that's not interested to me. Matthew Francis. Matthew Francis matches the recent recruitment focus, okay. So, obviously we could use a central defender that is with the club for a long time. He is wanted by Cardiff Dracs too. I think we should just compare him to what we have. Because he seems reasonable. Media friendly though. So balanced media friendly sounds like an average personality, but it isn't to me. He's somebody to talk to the press. Yeah, so let's compare him. First of all, let's compare him to... where is he? Arloni. Felstead. There he is. So, looking at this, it feels like Felstead is more of a midfielder, in fact. But Matthew Francis, at the age of 23, is a really good defender. His physicals are a bit off, he's faster, he's better in the air. His mentals could improve. So in the end, Matthew Francis is probably a better defender. On the other hand, if we compare this to Jones, yeah, vastly better. I don't know about the personality though. This is a candidate for the shortlist to me. And then let's see if we come back to this. Because he's got the jumping, the strength could be a bit better. There's some areas here that aren't great. He doesn't have much else to his skill set. Yes, but so I guess this is a question between tactical and strategic goals. From a tactical perspective, and I'm not saying I'm not arguing about match tactics at this point. I'm arguing short term. Okay, so short term, if he would bring his skill set along and would put it on the pitch immediately, this might help us to stay in the league. I 100% agree with this. Emphasis on might. I think he is a better defender. In combination with Felstead, for example, yes, and Jones along the way. My problem is he's not a good leader. So, you were not around, I think, with Jeder Hochdahl's IK. But with Jeder Hochdahl's IK, we had a central defender, Eric Hargedahl. I don't know, maybe I can find him. Hi Hein, welcome back to the stream. Eric Hargedahl was a wonderful central defender for the majority of time, but he's a balanced personality and media friendly, and that's it. And I really like to have him in the team with that jumping reach and that strength, but personality wise I always felt like we need to get rid of him, because he was no great influence on the rest of the squad. His performances were more or less fine most of the time, but he never was somebody to look up for, you know. And players with that skill set, you want them to be tutored. No, you want them to be mentors for the youth or something. So short term, Matthew Francis might be okay. Long term, I don't think this is a good signing. Now, obviously, we cannot think long term all the time, but we also need to include him in the squad. There might be, it might be to the detriment of dynamics. So, is this worth the trade-off? In this case, probably. That's why I put him on the shortlist, though. I want to see what else comes up here. There's 3 additional things now. That said, he enjoys big matches, apparently. And sure, we could use a better central defender in favor of Jones. So, I'm not entirely against it. I think we've been here. Yeah, we could, but he's with another team. I think he's with a league opponent, in fact. He tries killer balls, comes deep to get ball and does not dive into tackles, brings ball out of defense. This is a playmaker type to me. That said, I think we've been here. It's a playmaker without off the ball movement or positioning. It's not that horrible. Otherwise, he's okay-ish. Our playmakers aren't that great. He's a realist though and media friendly. This looks like a good personality, but I don't like it. So I'll keep him on the shortlist, and there's that. And then there's Philip Rogers. At first glance, this might be a defensive midfielder. Composure's a bit off. He might be central defender too. Now, he doesn't have the pace that the other guy had. And he's on a real contract with Ammanford. Okay. So we would need to loan him. Or, well, I don't know, what's his role in the hierarchy? We don't know, do we? Did he play a lot? We don't know either. He had 10 games this season. He matches the focus because he plays for the opposition. So, yeah, sure, we can shortlist him, but he's not interested in loan or a transfer, I think. So let's get back to the shortlist. Because there might be somebody else on the shortlist. And we can see immediately that nobody on the shortlist is interested in signing for us. We might want to refresh that though. We've got the money, right? Oh. I do not want to take over the loans. I want to scout these players. Yeah, whatever, it cost us 2k. I'm fine with this. I realize that this is a lot of money, but we just went on a decent run in the cup. So, in Francis's case, he should be in the shortlist now. Do we want to bring him in, or is there an alternative that we know about? And for example, if you find somebody with similar attributes, even though they might be a bit weaker, but he's fairly pro, in that case I would probably go with the other guy. Yeah, it depends a bit on other circumstances, you know. If he's prone to injury and that stuff. So say we look for a central defender. He's not on this list for some reason. Interesting. So most of these are new. Darren Evans will come in, but he's not that fast. Yeah, I realize. I'm not concerned with him not being a good fit. I'm concerned with me bringing in too many players and expecting them to do well. That said, as you said, he's on a non-contract, so he's not fully convinced. Say we wouldn't promise anything other than being an important player. He would be fine with this. Then we have to pay money. I can live with that. Sure, why not? Yeah, now we will renegotiate this if we can help it. Because an important player usually doesn't care about exactly. Alright. He didn't make a single appearance for them. How is he in comparison to Coleman? He was way better. Do we want to bring in another loanee? there's some sort of thing going on right now. So people that have never been to my stream, as far as I can tell, at least they are not in chat, drop me a message and praise me for the stream. I don't trust this at all. I have no idea what's going on. They're not even followers or something, so I don't get it. Yeah, sorry that confused me for a second. So, thanks, Mies, but please don't follow suit. I pretty much prefer as we were previously. So even though we might not agree all the time with everything, that's just fine with me. We can try to be adults about stuff and discuss things and so on. So, do you guys think that Kai Clay would be a good addition to the squad? Considering, in comparison to Coleman, he seems like a better keeper overall. And I'll just do this for completeness sake. Obviously, also in comparison to Massaro. I realized that we brought in Coleman on loan, but we're thinking short term now. So long term, we might bring Coleman along or just drop him after the loan, and he's just a replacement. Who cares? He played a lot, so he develops a little bit, but he might not make it to the level of Kai Clay anytime soon. He's from Haverford-West Country, which is in the North Leagues. I don't think he will be fit. He's severely lacking match sharpness, that's for sure. So sharpness is not a thing. That said, for goalkeepers, I don't know. There might be a problem with injury, sure. That's not a bad idea to give him a trial for 2 weeks. Maybe he will come in. Because loan interest, he's interested on loan. He's not a consistent performer though, he's not a great personality. So, balanced and media friendly. That said, he's a new gen, so his balance is a slightly bit better than the average other balanced. Darren Aarons will come over. Chris Owen... yeah. Chris Owen is slow. For some reason I still thought he was a good idea. It might have to do with the fact that he's fairly professional and a 19-year-old. I guess this doesn't look like a 19-year-old to me at least. But he also has decent crossing. He's something very different than what we have in the squad, I think. So, no, it's not McConville. McDowell it is. Alex McDowell is our go-to, defender. He's a speedy one. Chris Owen is an actual defender. So I guess that's a reasonable choice too. Even though his pace is off. We might teach him to be a bit more pacey though. I don't know. He's not willing to come though, is he? Yeah, he wants to be star player. Okay. I would be willing to offer money. We should have done this for a long time ago, probably. Alright, we'll go with 150. And half of them will not agree to sign for us anyway. Alex Holt, he has transfer arranged? To us, that is, to us. He's our secondary striker going forward. He will join in January. So in the end, we have a lot of transfers arranged. Will Finn Evans come back? He was really slow though, but I think he had a good personality overall. I wanted to keep him. No, he doesn't want to come, not yet anyway. And then there's Morgan Moody. Let's not forget about this guy. So you're probably wondering, what the hell, Chris? He was a model citizen. He was a model citizen. He was a model citizen that we'd absolutely need to overpay. And I'm very welcome to do that, happy to do that. If we can help it. Come on, man. Just come over, it's not that big of a problem. Yeah, we don't have the financial muscle, do we? We don't. So, in case his expectations ever go down, we might get him over. We can't even offer a trial for some reason. They rejected the trial offer for Clay. So, we don't stand a chance. I want to compare this. So, first of all, to Massaro. Is he really better in detail? Agility is better. That's what's important to a goalkeeper. I don't care so much about the rest. Anticipation is on the same level. Bad. His concentration is better. His decision making is better. He doesn't have great positioning. I don't like this. And the rest of the attribute sample, he's a bit better overall. If we compare him to who's been playing, Coleman, there's definitely a plus in communication. Command of area is a bit worse. The handling is not great, but Coleman has wonderful handling. Kicking isn't that fantastic, but who cares? One-on-ones are a bit better. Reflexes are on a similar level. His throwing is better, not that we care about that much. Anticipation is a slightly bit better, but this is, you know, not great, both of them. Decision making is a bit off, and his positioning is a bit off. The attribute visualization says we want to have this. I'm not so sure. Do we really concede that many goals due to the goalkeeper being in bad form though? Yeah, I don't hate Coleman, that's the thing. And I realized that he has good potential. Yes, but I don't want to overdo it with that. So if I look at this, for example, the amount of saves definitely could improve. Like 75% saves would be great, right? By the way, just because the bot posted again, I'm not sure if I mentioned this, but I reduced. You know, you can set the prices yourself for this kind of stuff. So in case you ever want to get me whatever, something like this, or one of the other stickers in the stream, it's reduced down to 1 bit. So this is 1 penny, I think, per sticker right now. Whatever. I thought I'd go with the minimum available. So I read up on this. Apparently you can earn I don't know, bits on Twitch for watching ads and stuff and so on. So I'm not even sure how this works. But as I said, I reduced the prices to a minimum now. Because it hasn't been in use in the last few streams. Not trying to suck money out of you though. I'm mostly thinking of the bits that you get along the way for whatever stuff you can do on Twitch. Apparently that's a thing. That said, I never tested that, so what else? Yeah, back to selection. So let's stick with him. Sure, if you say so. I think that's a perspective that I can agree upon. Also, he's a good personality to the squad. He's fairly pro. I like this. Toby Yates. Now he is more ambitious. His temperament has improved. His sportsmanship has improved. He's better with pressure. And he doesn't seem quite as determined. So overall, that's a plus. Because who cares about determination? And the rest of it is whatevs. Gary Moody, on the other hand, not a great change. More controversy, less pressure, and not as determined as prior to being part of the group. By the mentoring group, by the way. Moody, where is he? Here. With Kirk and Martin. So this means this is Martin's personality or Kirk's that influenced Moody in a negative way. Not great. Which reminds me, I guess bad stories always commence with "I had a dream," at least in this case. I guess I reflected whilst I was half asleep, I don't know, a day or two ago, about the situation in defensive midfield, or in midfield in general. And I think I've come to the conclusion, for me myself, that I would love to have a player with an acceptable skill level that is an idol to look up for, from a personality perspective, if that makes sense. Because in the middle of the pitch, I think the influence on the rest of the squad would be acceptable, and we are struggling there. At least I think we do. And maybe we can prove this. So Harry Martin has played 9 games. He's on a 6.71 rating. This is not horrible. But given his skill set, it's not that great. And now obviously an exploding birthday cake comes in, at least metaphorically this time out, and tells me that to use him as a ball-winning midfielder will end up in chaos. As I said previously, he might have a point with respect to shape and so on, but this is what Harry Martin can do. As a defensive midfielder in general, I'm not so sure if this fits the tactic that nicely. That said, balanced personality, not a new gen, and media friendly. Skill set wise, this is okay. Personality wise, not so much. And the performances say I'm not a leader. Even though he has leadership 9. So, not that glad with it. Gary Byrne. We brought him in because he's good skill-wise. Personality-wise, he's unambitious and level-headed. That's not horrible, I think. I think we diagnosed some sort of loyalty and professionalism, but not that great. And if we look at the progress... okay, but this in particular is concerning. He made 8 appearances and he's on a 6.64 rating right now. I don't think this is great. Gibson is 17 years old. The same argument with the personality goes in here. I don't want to get rid of him, specifically. But he played 8 games, he's on a 6.43. So midfield has been shit. I think that's part of whatever happens this season. These two, one of them needs to go. Or one of these 3 needs to be replaced by somebody that's really capable. And, well, there hasn't been much of a goal-scoring threat from midfield, so I guess the Metzala would be a starting point. But we might as well argue with Byrne. Tumulty is not a midfielder. Oh, he is. Yeah, but... like, seriously? This is a short-term solution. Sure, we can try this. I thought so. OLT knows how to play this position. With these long shots and that finishing and no dribbling whatsoever, no mentals. Yeah. He has the pace and that's it. And his crossing might improve a little bit. You know, might. Also, he's 20, so I don't expect him to go through the roof anytime soon. Is this an expression, by the way, going through the roof? Or is this only a German thing? I don't know, to explode. It is? Okay, fine. So hopefully it's in German it's used in two ways. For somebody that is angry, and for somebody to explode performance-wise. Or for something. So I hope that's similar in English. I don't want to butcher this. Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. So, is there anyone else? This is a 17-year-old. With low determination, and even though the skill set looks quite impressive, in fact, it looks really impressive. But I'd rather have him not in the first team right now. If I can help it. Yeah, no. I don't want to do this. He's not great. So what are we looking for? A playmaker or a Metsala, right? He can have any age, basically. We don't care much. So I guess we do some scouting. We might also set an assignment. So what do we want? Let's see, maybe we can restrict this a little bit. I know that this is not the way to do things in this installment of Football Manager, but say we want a Metsala. And say we want a Metsala that has at least 5 points in all of his attributes. There's exactly one person here that we know of, and that's this guy. We just declined him. No, not here. So they might have... We don't know about the rest. That's all there is to it, is it? Yeah, this only includes... I think this only includes the players that we know of. So let's give him a scouting assignment. Transfers, loans, we want... Where do I set up a new assignment? Here. So Joshua Jones has no assignment. Let's give him one. There it is. We want a central midfielder. We want a central midfielder that can play as a Metsala. At least 3 stars. I don't care about potential. Ongoing, and we will ask Jones about this. Analyst, I don't care. Areas everywhere. Let's improve. Let's set this to star player, basically. And I guess he needs to be I guess good is okay. He needs to be good at it. So let's see if this results in anything. I'm not sure. It might. Oh. Oh. I should help. Give me a second. I need to help my girlfriend. I'm back. So, I'm a bad boyfriend. She didn't say, but I think I'm a bad boyfriend. I didn't help her to carry. She bought a thing. I don't even know what it's called. For. I guess I need Google Translate again. Yeah, really great. So apparently it's the same. She brought a grill for the balcony to, you know, where you put the meat and the sausages on. And that thing's rather heavy. I wasn't around to carry it. So, because I didn't notice, because I was busy streaming. So now I'm a bad boyfriend. Even though that's me saying this. Yeah. We have a grill now. So against Cardiff Draconians, shut up shop in the middle, try to go over the wings. Try to go over the wings with pace, maybe? Chris Owen was offered another contract, okay. I don't care much. Dynamics don't look good. In fact, not at all. Gibson might not be a good choice, but... How did Tumulty do last match? Not great. Mr. K Grenade didn't do well either, so I guess this might be a case for Rooney. Please tell me you trained well. I guess for Rooney level this is good, yes. Do we want to play Rooney? We gotta give him a chance at some point, right? And we will put Mr. K Grenade in the stands and bring in long penalty, I think. I also want to see, well, on the other hand, Cloyd, now he's competent. He might get used to it at this point. Being on the wing, that is. So it will take another 2 games and he will be accomplished, probably. And in a competent situation, I think it doesn't take that long, and his performances might improve. His decision making improves a little bit, or the drag on the decision making diminishes. So we stand a chance. Okay. I don't even know this guy. Apparently he was with Taffs Well at some point. Great. Who cares? It's always great if players that never played with together with the guy tell him to do more. Press conference. Yes, it is. Not good for them. I don't think he had. Seriously. If I look at him overall, he's been on level with the team. And in some situations, he wasn't that bad. He just needs to focus and play on. And I think he will do at some point. He's not consistent though, so he needs to play on a consistent basis. And we will give him the time. If he ever gets to it, that's fine. If he doesn't, whatever. He will be replaced or we will get fired. But I can be fatalistic about this. Yes, we want 35 points. So this means we want another 27? So that's a lot to go for. I do. I do. And this might be a bit concerning to him, but maybe we should play Adam Jones immediately. Who will we play next? It's one of these teams, is it? Pentre and Cumbrian. So they are not here in here. Soneliton are though. I want to scout this match. I don't care that much about the rest. But we will play them in 3 matches, so that's okay. Press conference apparently went down well with the players. That's good. There's not a single recommendation for the Metsala. Do we want to play Adam Jones? This is horrible. For a 21-year-old, this is really, really, really bad. Training performance-wise. I do not like this. He needs a major change in personality. I don't think we will get there. And with Coleman, so something that comes up immediately is he changes personality, not personality, he changes his morale quite easily. In both directions, that is. I think this is less pressure, if I'm not mistaken. Might not be pressure, I'm not sure. But he's not very consistent with his mood. There's other players in the squad. Well, probably not Martin. He trains well though. That don't have that. And then there's Adam Jones. So Adam Jones trains well. He's a hard personality to deal with. He's a perfectionist though. With determination 17. I don't know. He's not a model citizen due to the media handling stuff. Alright. I'm willing to go with this. So I gotta ask something though. Feel free to participate in the poll. Because I'm not so sure what to do with him. And you probably want to see him, so maybe let's get back to this. In case you want to, I don't know if you can change your vote or something. So this is Adam Jones. As a poacher, he would look like this. He can also play some sort of midfield role, barely. But we would probably play him either in central midfield or on the left wing, as an inside forward. Or, well, in central midfield he would be the replacement as a Mitsala. I'm not sure what to do with him. I guess he's a natural poacher. But I'm not sure if this fits our tactic. Poacher doesn't contribute much otherwise. Alright, there's one vote, and it says we play him as a poacher. So I guess we play him as a poacher. And Yates goes to the bench. That's not too bad. In that case, he's on the pitch. Forget about that. Yeah, and he can definitely shoot more often, right? His long shots is only 5, but 15 points of finishing. This guy can score. So thanks for participating. We will see if this goes down well. It might though. It might. He's fairly used to the role. So that also says something about the crossing. Given that he's a poacher and he's not very strong, no floated crosses, we might whip them in, I think. Either whipped or low crosses. Let's see. Don't care about this. We are expected to draw. We will not avoid relegation with this single match, but sure. This is one of those that we could use a win, yes. He is not a great header. But overall, he might be fast. So, In this case, we will go with whip crosses. Because he has the anticipation, the acceleration, and the off-the-ball movement. And he also has the finish. To just first touch, tap it in. His heading isn't that bad. His jumping reach isn't that bad. So, that's fine. He is not that pacey that I want to go with low crosses, in particular. We might change that throughout the match, though. Elena will not play, if I can help it. And so we can keep Gibson on the pitch. And bring somebody else along. For example... He can play central defender in case we need it. Who trained well? Not you? Oh, he improved a little bit? He did well. As did Tumulty. Kelly's better. Alright. So I guess we bring along a midfielder. Because Shay Kirk I cannot see anytime soon. Nope. Luke Thomas. Not great training. And for him, I don't think so. So this is it. And we will play Rooney from the start. That's... I guess why not? That's a few interesting choices maybe. So hopefully we can get a result. And obviously the rest of the squad that isn't match fit, they can have a whopping 90 minutes now. I don't care. They can play 90 minutes next time out. I want him to get into sharpness. He doesn't like the strength coaching. Seriously? Well, in that case, sir, we cannot terminate the loan. Yeah, he will remain. I will not go through this right now. So, anyone's got any additional ideas about this game? We can go through the opposition instructions and stuff. Who the hell is Falkenstream? He's new with you, the Hawk Dolls. Ha! Are we talking the attribute? Tackling is 1. And stats-wise, 100% of his tackles have been won. For some reason, those 100% remind me, you know, the color here reminds me of something. I don't know if this counts as a tackle won, in case this happens, but I seem to remember that he had 1 tackle. And he won that one. Also, he won the red card. Yeah, might be an idea, yeah. He's not a really aggressive player though. But I guess he can ease off tackles, sure. He's not a great tackler. He should ease off tackles anyway. Also shoot less often probably, he's not a great shot, and take fewer risks because, well... That passing and flair aren't that bad. I wasn't aware. Never mind. You can take some risks. I will not go with a specific crossing. I don't know where Adam Jones might show up. He has, you know, the anticipation to maybe run to the right area. Also there's Cloyd at the far post. Potentially, at least. In case, you know, the ball takes half an hour to get there, maybe Cloyd will show up at some point. Okay. let's see this. We go with a defensive formation. There's enough in midfield. We go with a low block, lower defensive line. That's totally fine. We try to trigger the press more often, distribute to the flanks. We counter, we regroup. I'm not sure if we should distribute quickly. I think his decision making isn't great. In fact, his vision is 7, that's okay-ish. His decision making is 11, that's not that bad either. His anticipation is 4 though. So I will leave it off. No increase in tempo. It's slightly higher here, this is just middle of the road. Attacking with fairly narrow I do not agree with. Maybe we go fairly wide this time out. Just because they can use it. And then let's have a look at opposition in particular. We will start at the back. So with him, he's got decent aerial reach, command of area, communication skills. His first touch isn't great, who cares? His handling is good for this level. He has bad distribution overall. Kicking isn't great, passing isn't great, throwing isn't great. His reflexes are okay. He has no good anticipation. His vision is really bad. And the positioning is okay-ish. So this is an acceptable level for a goalkeeper. But we do not expect his distributions to be very threatening. They should be misplaced from time to time. So we might as well let him distribute the ball. Jenkins. Josh Jenkins is slow. His passing is 5, his crossing is 1 to 4. He does not have great off-the-ball movement. He has a certain strength to himself and a certain jumping reach, and his mentals aren't that bad. As a defender, he's okay. Let me put it like this. I think we could close him down to force him to misplace some passes because his composure is not that great. Tight marking doesn't make much sense to me. We want them to play through him. Right? We want him to be on the ball with that technical skill set. So no tight marking, but we trigger the press on him. Jack Cooper. This is the same but even worse. So even though we might man mark him and try to mark him out of the game, why should we? He has 2 points of passing. We do not want him to be marked. We want him to be a passing option that's available, and we want to trigger the press on him. Cooper has low bravery and no dribbling. You are absolutely right. We need to tackle him hard. And we need to look at our players in offense. We need to have a look at them and their tackling ability. Because, you know, they might want to tackle him hard with a foot to the face. And in his case, for example, that might be a problem. So I guess we will end up with middle of the road tackling. But for him to ease off tackles and to tackle Cooper hard should mean that he tackles him in aggregate on an average level, but he might ease off the others. So picks his chances basically. Cloyd, I think he can ease off tackles too, can he? I'm not sure if this is how it works. Adam Jones also. I think you brought up the comparison to a certain bad boy. Jones is outspoken, volatile, and confrontational in media handling. This is a person with a very short fuse. In general. He might have the composure on the pitch for his finish and the dribble. I'm not so sure if he has the composure as a personality. If that makes sense. It's not composure there, I think. I'm not sure if he has his calm. But no. Let's keep it as it is. Seriously. And it's the same with Cloyd, by the way. Cloyd has 2 points of tackling. So forget about that. Back to opposition instructions though. It might be that composure is what we're looking for, but I think the rest of the personality might have an influence too. He has 5 points of passing, so he's the best passer so far? No. Jenkins had 5 points of passing too. Same as him. He's no good in passing. As a defender, he's okay. He's not that fast. His bravery is okay, his composure isn't great. And his dribbling is 2 to 4. So we might as well take him hard too. Trigger the press on him, no tight marking. Dribbling is 3 to 7, so now we're getting in an area where he might get a foul. Well, we might be at the referee's whatever. We're at the receiving end of the referee's gestures, I guess. His tackling is okay. His crossing is a bit dangerous. We'd rather not have them play through him due to the crossing. So if we could mark him out of the game, that would be good. This would be a job for... This would be a job for Rooney. Rooney has a whopping 1 point of marking, so we can absolutely forget about this. So there's no specific instruction not to mark him tightly, but we will trigger the press on him just because we want to restrict the time on the ball. There's a lot of pressing going on in the back four. With the defensive midfielder, he has decent passing. He needs to be marked out of the game. And this should be fairly easy. His dribbling is horrible, so hard tackling it is. He has no composure, no concentration, no bravery, no anticipation. He's weak on the physical side, and he has no off-the-ball movement to speak of. So tight marking it is. In case he gets to the ball and gets to play one, I don't want to press him. Doesn't matter. It's too late at this point. Do we want somebody to man-mark him? Sure, why not? We could try to give this job to our striker, right? So maybe he can mark the defensive midfielder out of the game. He's not great strength-wise, but his jumping reaches are alright. So he might stand a chance. It might pull him too far back though. On the other hand, this is in the middle between the two central defenders, so he might just find some space after being in marking duty. This one needs to be marked tightly too, I think. No, he doesn't. It's the passing is 4. Forget about it. He's hard to mark tightly anyway. Not due to the off-the-ball movement, but due to the fact that his jumping reach and strength are okay. Horrible dribbling, so might as well go with a hard tackle and no tight marking for him. Josh Roberts, same here. 5 points of passing. The off-the-ball movement is great, so forget about tight marking. Don't do that. Just close him down and foul him off the pitch. No, never mind. Do not foul him off the pitch. He's the first one that has decent dribbling. So we will just close him down and we will be easy with the tackles. I don't want to give away too many free kicks. Josh Jones. Right-footed, good dribbling. Right-footed, good dribbling. No good passing. Good off-the-ball movement. Really bad jumping reach and strength. What do we do with this? I guess we want him to play a pass. Because why not? So, no tight marking, but we close him down in case we can force him into bad place. And then there's Jordan Shaw. He's got good off-the-ball movement, good pace. He's more or less right-footed. His finishing is dangerous. We do not want him to get to the ball. So, given his off-the-ball movement, that might be really hard to accomplish. But he's on the right side, so this is our left. We might want to mark him tightly. Close him down in any case. Hard tackling you can forget about. Just because his bravery is so high. His dribbling isn't that great, but I'd rather not risk it. And then there's Scott Pugh. He's strictly right-footed, so put him to the left. Dribbling is borderline acceptable, not great. He's a really good finisher. And we should be able to mark him out of the game with that off-the-ball movement. So tight marking it is. I want our left defender to be a coverer, because Shaw looks like a poacher, which is just Feldstad's job. That's totally fine. In fact, maybe we want to include this overall. Okay. Anything else that came to mind? Do any of you have any ideas? Doesn't look like it. He didn't sign. He didn't sign for us, and if he would be available in January. So we have 2 months to go without him. If I'm not wrong about this. So, but he didn't even agree to a deal. Not yet, anyway. Neither is the other defensive midfielder available that we signed. Alright, let's give this game a go. I'm too cautious about these things anyway. So, McDowell and Gibson are cautious about their battle with Josh Jenkins, I guess. Time to win. I agree with this. This is a home game. This is against a direct opposition. I will now summon my exploding birthday cake within me and will try to find the strength to go with additional pressure. Apparently that didn't work that well. But they need to give it their everything this time out. Morale isn't that high. That's a bit better. Let's see if they can bring it to the pitch. So, in case anyone asks later on, I was trying to increase the pressure. And I forgot something. This is an easy one, but it's also a really stupid one. Obviously, quite obviously, we do not want to play through the middle, right? We do want to play down the left and down the right. Because we have wingers, they don't. So they might have a hard time defending this. And we draw them to the wings. First long ball by Cooper. Yeah, if this is the quality of passing that we forced him to use, we might stand a chance. I'll go with encouragement now. Home game or no home game. Cross from deep. It's not that bad. Taylor. Feldstad. Well covered. Gibson. Rooney. Rooney's cross towards Cloyd. Cloyd with a slow dribble. A decent pass towards Byrne. Byrne. And a header by Jones. First chance of the game. Adam Jones with some sort of questionable header. How's the crossing? Did we? Yeah, we did use whip crosses. Roberts Jones loses the ball. And it's a free kick to us. Somebody fouled Jones? Coleman with a long kick. Cloyd wins the header. McDowell. McDowell runs with the ball down the wing. Where will he go? Nowhere. Finds Cloyd. Cloyd with a random shot. We get a throw in. "13 minutes into the game. Things are looking okay. Thompson. We expect a long ball. What do we get? We get some sort of dribbling. Cooper with a long ball. And McDowell picks it up. Feldstedt. That's not great defending. Feldstedt again. And it's offside on top. Fine. Very happy with this. Free kick by Shaw. Roberts. And a long shot. This might have been the best chance of the game so far. Even though it wasn't a great one. Burn towards Feldstedt. Clearly no offside. No offside. Rooney. Rooney. Jones. Gibson didn't manage to pick that one up. Not an offside by Rooney. And it goes behind. We get a corner. Burn with the corner. Burn, Jones, Thompson. This time it would have been on target. Free kick by Burn. Gibson's. Feldstedt doesn't manage to win the header, and Jones again. We have our chances. They are low grade, but we have our chances. This is not a bad cross. Oh, it ends up with Jenkins. Long shot. Harmless. We were lucky though. Burn. With a free kick towards Jones. And again, ends up in the hands of Thompson. If we keep it up like this, I make us favorites to win this game. Sure, it's low grade, but at one point one of them might go in, like this one. That should have been offside. McDowell. Rooney doesn't win the header. Martin does though. Oh no. Roberts and Coleman. Another long shot. Shaw. Easy one for Coleman to get to. Do we want to demand more? I think it's a bit hard. On the other hand, when if not now? Well, Cloyd didn't like it. Shaw. That's a corner. And this was a dangerous free kick apparently. So, good stuff. That just got deflected by the wall. Shaw again. Martin. McDowell. Foul by Pugh. We've had a lot of the ball, but passing has been sloppy. Okay. Coleman. Pass towards McDowell. Feldstedt. Ball from deep towards Gibson. Nothing. Not for now anyway. Roberts. Taylor. Long ball by Taylor. And again. Gets picked up by McDowell. McDowell's cross is useless. It was offside. I kept holding my breath. McDowell, Martin. McDowell. Feldstedt with a long ball towards Jones. Wins the header. Gibson. Oh, he finds Rooney. Finds Jones. It's a corner only. I guess that's okay. Corner by Byrne. That should go into touch. And we get another chance. Do we? Free kick by Byrne. Penalty. It's a penalty. So Adam Jones can try to show his penalty scoring. That should be fine. He's got a really good finish. 8 points of penalty taking, if I'm not wrong about it. Ha! He just put it in the back of the net. Great job. That wasn't a great penalty, by the way, but it's in. Yeah, so the long shots are a bit concerning, but overall we have decent attack here. That's it. So I guess we can be happy about this. But overall, even prior to the penalty, it looked like we were. If one of the two teams was in control, it wasn't more us. So I'm happy with the performance. I will not be aggressive with anyone. They need some confidence. So given that we increased the pressure at the start of the game, let's give them some confidence and move forward. Feldstedt's long ball, Cooper, Jones, and a long ball by Cooper again. Easy one to defend. Jones, Gibson, Rooney. And nothing. McDowell, Shaw, cross by Shaw, Jones. Rooney intercepts the ball, at least for a second. Flynn Murray. This time it got defended. McDowell. Well done by Byrne. Really well done by Byrne. Oh, come on, Rooney, seriously? Seriously, what a chance. That was really well played. Cloyd with another penetrating pass towards Gibson. Yet another chance. He really should have scored. They switched something, did they? But I think they only switched the strikers. Who's left and who's right. So what we'll do is, we'll do this. You know? Do you want to get rid of the coverer? Forget about that. We will keep the coverer just right where the striker is. Long ball by Jenkins. Feldstedt. Jones is fouled. Great. Flynn Murray. Rooney. Flynn Murray. Taylor. Martin with some sort of volley. And that's offside. Are we happy with this? Of course we are happy with this. We are in front. Byrne. Feldstedt. Oh, hits the crossbar. Statistically speaking, we should have scored at this point. In any of these games, really. With a header. Nice cross. Oh. So close. Long ball towards Feldstedt. Flynn Murray. Gibson. Rooney. Byrne. Martin. Is this offside? It might be. Gibson. It is. They changed something in defense, I think. Doesn't look like they substituted anyone though. So there's no specific instruction in defense to hang on to somebody other than to the defensive midfielder. In this situation, this is Phil Jones. And he can mark him all day, that's okay. I'm not sure if I overlook something right now. So who's available on the bench? Mr. Cake Grenade. Given Andy Rooney's frustration by the feedback, I think he can come on at this point. He's in a good mood. He has good morale. He wants to make a difference. That's okay. And we've got Gary Moody available. Given that Sam Jones is really tired right now, and Moody at least has decent jumping, I guess we can bring Moody on for Sam Jones. It's a gamble, obviously, but we can try. Yeah, and hopefully Mr. Cake Grenade can just provide an assist or something. Maybe even a goal. He should have the pace. Jenkins. Will there be a ball from deep? Of course there is. Moody, Feldstedt, Moody, Martin. Martin's penetrating pass. Second goal of the game by Adam Jones. It's offside. I feared as much. That said, it was in. Let's have a look. Ah, seriously. So close. But in principle it might have worked. What did they change? There's still not a single... Did they substitute a keeper? Doesn't look like it. Phil Jones came off. Hamer is new. Who's Hamer? Paul Hamer. Paul Hamer is a moderately decent passer. What's the instruction towards the defensive midfielder? Oh yeah, there's none. Because he wasn't available, this is personnel instructions. So, he doesn't have great dribbling. He's really brave though. His composure is bad. So, I want us to tackle him hard anyway. Due to the dribbling 1-5, so this should be 3 points. His vision is horrible. His passing is okay though. We do not want to mark him tightly due to the jumping reach, I think. But I'm not opposed to the idea. I just want to trigger the press on him. Jones is tired now. Will we keep him on? Will we play Yates? Flynn Murray. Oh, Jones. Jones. Let's have a look at this. There's a long ball. Pew. Flynn Murray doesn't manage to control the ball. And then it's just a fluke goal. What an absurd way to concede. I will definitely demand more. Burn. McDowell. We've got 15 minutes to go. Cloyd. We should substitute some players, if we can help it. Bring some fresh faces on the pitch, especially for those that are exhausted. So we will bring on Yates in his core position, that is. So slightly different approach now. for him to ease off tackles is probably forget about that stuff. That's the wrong instruction here. Who else? Jamie Roberts is really motivated. Flynn Murray isn't that exhausted just yet. Feldstedt is. Can he go? Yeah, why not? He can go inside. So we will put Flynn Murray to the cover duty. Hopefully he can pull that off. Put Roberts on the pitch. The captain deserves to be on the pitch anyway. Is there anyone else that is somewhat exhausted? Kelly for Byrne would be an option. Byrne doesn't have a wonderful game so far. And that's all 5. I don't think we need Freddie Wilds. McDowell is motivated, he's not very exhausted, he has a decent game, even though it's not great. Let's see if one of those can score. And I realized that we just pulled our best striker. Well, we bring on Yates, so there's a debate to be had there. Moody, Yates, over. So many good chances. Roberts, not one for Moody. Cloyd towards Moody, wins the header. Yates, Cloyd, and it's offside. Come on guys, you can do this. I seriously think you can. But this time out I will not go with attacking and hope for the best. Martin, Mr. Cake Grenade. Roberts. Cross from deep by Roberts. Doesn't manage to find Yates. 11 to 6 shots. Seriously? I guess we're really lucky at this point. Roberts, Mr. Cake Grenade. Will he cross from deep? Doesn't seem like it. Kelly. Roberts. Flynn Murray. Decent pass towards Gibson. Oh, come on, Gibson! How? McDowell towards Yates. Cooper on a yellow card. Well, it's too late to include tactical instructions at this point. We're just playing hoofball. Moody. Kelly. McDowell with a cross from deep, not offside. Cloyd. How? Roberts. Nothing. Well defended. Cloyd's header goes outside. Into touch. McDowell, Moody, Flynn Murray. With a ball from deep that might end up with Yates, who's out on the wing with a nice pass. Cooper, Roberts. 20 seconds. Moody. Moody with a long ball. Cloyd shouldn't be offside. Is he? He's not. Cooper wins back the ball though. Everybody expected a draw. We suffer a draw. Again, it was a mistake in defense. The overall quality of the chances created is fine. Yes, it could be better, but given this sample of players, this is totally fine. And I realized that we scored with a penalty, but we had so many chances that could have gone in. And some of them were really great. Yeah, story of the season, right? I think the amount of chances created was really good. And Rooney could have won that match. Cloyd could have won that match at the end of the game. Even the central defenders had a chance with their heading. They all stood a chance to win that game. So, alright. Next home game against Pentre it is. We need to win this one. We allowed them to be in lockstep. That's a problem. We needed a win. Maybe not with the lineup, but at least with the tactical approach. It feels like they get into some sort of progress, right? Or process. It seems like they get used to not giving away that many chances. Also, I think specifically you had an impact, Jaron Allard, because you made me reflect. Yeah, he did well. He did. But on the other hand, at the end of the game, Yates made an impact too. He had some decent situations there in the last 15 minutes. But I think you had an impact in the sense that you made me reflect on opposition instructions and when not to tight mark, because it's a tactical approach to let somebody play through a certain person because you think they have really bad passing and crossing and vision and so on, and we did that in this game, and also in a few of the previous games. So I think that's good. It's a temporary switch, man. Definitely not. He can suck it up and then concentrate on his performances. And if he wants to do additional strength training, well, there's not a problem with that. Strength training is easy to do. Just do push-ups and squats and whatever. He can do that all day. In fact, there's probably not much use in doing specific exercises for specific muscle groups. Just do, you know, it's hormonal growth. So, just do squats. All right. Face reminds me of somebody, but whatever. No loans available. Scouting has finished for Kenny Thomas. We have a second striker coming in, so I don't think we're interested, are we? No, let's leave this. We had a better momentum. We saw that. Expected goals wise, even if we hadn't scored the penalty, we would have been on level, more or less. 1.43 to 0.5. We shouldn't have given away that chance. With the rest of it, I can live to a degree. Total of 240 passes. They were even worse though. And they shot pretty well. Yeah, I realize. We didn't though. We should have scored a second. Well, we did, but it was offside. You can have him. Sure, why not? You can have him. Alright, so I want to do the next game against Pentre too. That said, the narcotics are wearing off, and I'm starting to get a headache. So I will do a few minutes of a break. I will leave the stream running, come back in, I don't know, 3 to 5 minutes. Just have a walk within the apartment, and I'll try to pour down a glass of water or two, and I'll be back. And then we can do the game against Pentre. So, see you in a few minutes. Alright. So, what the hell? Francis doesn't come in. So the air in my room isn't that great. I opened up the window, so you might hear some children's noises in the background. It's not mine though. They belong to somebody else. My neighbors most likely. And apparently they play football down there. So I guess that's a plus. Next time out we will play against Pentre. They have a defensive mentality, which I guess we can copy. In fact we did. The strengths is they have an aggressive squad. What's with those? Why are they? He's in fairly poor morale, that's it. No other problems. Same with him. What's with their player base? Few are suspended. Well, that's okay for us. I can certainly see why he is listed. Okay, so everything else is apparently rubbish with them. Why is that? He's not a bad poacher, is he? What else? Mr. Powell doesn't belong up there. That's it. His finishing is horrible. Dribbling is okay, pace is okay. He's dangerous in from through balls. Which I guess it shows, right? Most comes from deep positions, so that's expected. Now, what happens if we force him to do build-up play? This guy's passing is bad. This guy's passing is better, and he has decent vision. But that's about all there is to Chris Jones. Physicals are not great. He's a wonderful passer, but has no vision to speak of. Tries long-range passes though. And given that he tries long-range passes, that might be a problem if we give him control of the ball. Okay, I need to close this window. This is worse than bad air. We had rain all day. It was so great. If not for copyright problems, I would probably put rainymood.com as a background noise to the stream. And then you could all go to sleep well, or I don't know. You suggested training. What does this mean? So, do they have weaknesses here that we need to exploit? I don't think so. And Jason Davies has been in fantastic form. Okay. And the poacher isn't that bad with his goals. So I guess this implies that they concede a lot? Do they? He has 4 points of pace. He has 5. He has 8. So, hoofball towards the front 3. Front 4 maybe. And just overload with pace. We use the fastest guys available. So, Cloyd doesn't make an appearance. But we can use Jones. Well, he's not pacey, but he's a bit pacier than Yates, is he? Yes, he is. Keep Gibson on a pitch. Doesn't matter, just to overload the midfield. Well, he can't overload there, but just to contribute. And Rooney is not... He's fast enough though. For the situation, is he? So I think we can do that. I thought about specific training for the match against them. That said, we need them to develop a little bit, so overall training is okay. We could, for example, go with attacking corners training. I realize that there are options for the fitness coaching. The problem is, we don't have a spot open. There's no opening. I want one to be created. For example, for the sports scientist too. We need none of these. None at all. Jones didn't have a great game either. Okay. We're happy with the number of sports scientists working in a team. Let me have a guess. The number is 0. There's not a single damn sports scientist in here. We need him to find, you know, repeated injuries. Whatever it's called. This shouldn't exist in game. It's so annoying. If they are not willing to negotiate at all, don't bring up the dialogue. It's just a waste of time. This will probably be the most important game of the season. At least for now. Darren Evans has transfer arranged, he comes with us. That's good. We scouted him for some reason. I realize I did that. Kate Clay. There might be some interest for loan, but we looked into this previously. And I guess we stick to Coleman. Who is not bad, especially with the training, so I can live with this. Matthew Francis decided that he doesn't want to come. We tried to offer him a contract, we might offer another one. But he doesn't want to come. That's not a bad idea. Until the end of the season as a backup. He can play against the own team. The loan should be... And he can play in cup matches, doesn't matter anymore. There's no cup matches to be had. We're out of the cup. We will not select a role or whatever. We might decide we go with sweeper keeper. So they do not need a wage contribution. Yeah, they're fine with this. So backup option, maybe. Francis is still on a non-contract. On a very cheap one in comparison to what we offered. I think he has a decent sense of loyalty. No, he doesn't want to come anymore. Okay. There's that. Philip Rogers. Philip Rogers is another option in central defense. And I think he's a bit of a slow one. But otherwise he's fine. He's 21 though, and he's with... how's the name? Emmon Ford. I don't think he's interested. Also, he might have problems with injuries, so I'm not so sure. In fact, let's probably drop him off the short list and put him on a discard list, cause this I will not have in my squad if I can help it. And then there's Chris Owen. I think we've been here and we tried to get him in, but they offered him a new contract. And in his situation, the thing is, I don't think McDowell and Wilds play that badly recently. Especially McDowell, I'm quite surprised. For a 31-year-old, that... Okay, he's not in form, is he? Yeah, we still need somebody to play there. So, a transfer would still be useful. It does not have to be Chris Owen, though. It can be anyone. And I think we tried to offer him a contract. In fact, this is still going here. And if he were to come in, we would just put him on pace training. Yeah, this is due to his acceleration and pace. He's one to cover in defense with the running. Okay, that's alright. Where is he? His attributes are really skewed a lot towards the physical area, in particular the pace. Or whatever, quickness, if you want to aggregate it. Work rate is tolerable. His technicals are none to speak of, with the exception of the tackling. The tackling is okay. And he brings some determination and aggression to the pitch. So I guess in defense he's tolerable. And we can probably see this in the stats a little bit. His tackling isn't that bad. I mean, this is no good. But we're not trying to create chances with him. Ever since he plays as a fullback on defense, on defensive duty, he's not that bad. And we also instructed him to cross less often, so the impact of his bad attributes got reduced. He should probably play... Yeah, he takes fewer risks by default. This is, you know, is part of the role. So I think this is why he looks okay-ish right now. I think we just found the right role for him. On support duty, it was too much. He was not capable to do that. Yeah, and we just had to restrict the support duty down to defend duty anyway. Now he covers in defense, and that's fine. Let me go for the light. The window is so well placed in here that there might be perfectly fine lighting outside. Yeah, and perfectly fine lighting in the room, but the camera doesn't pick up the light. At some point, I don't know. I need to buy a lamp or something. I guess to highlight my face for the streaming. Alright, let's have a look at them. They had some passing, apparently. Mr. Barry Williams has lots of blocks and lots of clearances. That's a defensive midfielder. He has decent passing too. It's dangerous. Massive outliers. Few crosses and inaccurate. That's probably down to the fact that they do not employ wingers. Lots of tackles and poor tackling. Good for us. And passing dynamics. Fewer passes allowed against them. Okay. And fewer passes completed. So there's a lot of defensive stuff going on then. Or everybody plays hoofball if they play against him. I guess that's a thing. We might do this too. Also, we should probably talk to the players. So this might take another half an hour. But let's go through the players and see how they're doing. We absolutely need to win against one of these up here too, obviously. At some point. But we would need to trounce Pentre right now. Also Goitre. We absolutely need to. We need to devastate those. If we want to stay up. If we don't manage to do that, things will not go well. Okay, training. So, last training is done. Yates is on a 5.2 rating for some reason. Under these circumstances, I will absolutely not play you. I cannot understand how you can get there. There's a horrible training rating by Adair too. Trainer didn't do well either. He will not like this. He accepts it. Shade Kirk is on 6.55. Now we're getting in the area where I don't want to comment about it or on it. Massaro, for his age, this is quite impressive, isn't it? Shall we give him a game? On the other hand, Coleman is so good in training. Yeah, I think Coleman can go without one game, can he? Let's put him on a bench and put Massaro on. The star rating doesn't look impressive, does it? But Massaro's attributes aren't that far off. His natural fitness declined a little bit. He's 31 though. I will play him for one match. If I don't reconsider. I might reconsider right now. He's okay. Sam Jones didn't do that well for his level. I guess he did. Adam Jones should be happy with his performances as well as with the training rating. Michael Kelly trains well, despite not making an appearance. Tunnelty. Good one overall. For another 10 years and he can make an appearance in Premier League. Wow, unlikely. McDowell, just wonderful. Especially given his age. And then there's Harry Martin. Yeah. That some point is today. Because Gary Byrne is on a 6.6. So Michael Kelly can come on and can do this, yes. He doesn't have to set pieces though. But he can't do much worse than Byrne. Well, he can, but still. Rooney, I don't think deserves a second appearance. It's not like I'm a really hater on Rooney, but he didn't create any chances last time out. Yeah. So he can do better. And given the fact that Mr. Cake Grenade trained well, why not use him? Right. We can probably use him. So that leaves us for the right wing with Tumulty. We might also use... We might not only... We will use Tumulty. Mr. Cake Grenade can go to the bench. On the left wing, just Cloyd. So we gave him some time on the pitch. He had that. He didn't profit much from it. His vision is still horrible. I guess we can try to increase agility and balance as instructed. Doesn't matter much though. He needs, well, his vision is too. But he needs so many points and so many things. On the physical side though, maybe we stand a chance to get him up to 5 at least everywhere. And then, you know, get him somewhere. Reminds me of Massaro to a degree. But Massaro is... I think he's a really interesting personality and an interesting position here. He has good composure. The thing is, does it really add to his playing style? Because he likes to round the keeper anyway. So, assuming that he tries to follow both, this would imply that he goes around the keeper, and after he's round the keeper, he doesn't place it in the middle of the net. He places it in the corner of the net to make sure that, I don't know, it feels over the top. It's not like this cannot work in, well, both together, right? But it feels a bit over the top given that he should try to round the keeper in one-on-one situations. But you are right, he has a good finish, he has good technique, and he has decent composure. The problem is, let me think about this. I think yeah, that makes it. There's some sense to that, sure. On the other hand, tries to beat the offside trap, requires some acceleration and pace. But let me go back to the places shots for a second. I think places shots is a trait that is for finishers that have really good composure relative to their finishing. I'm not exactly sure if 15 points of finishing and 11 points of composure are a good match for places shots. It might be that this is a good match for shoots with power, because his finishing is so much better. He doesn't have strength though, so yeah. Maybe shooting with power is not a thing. Yeah, and I like to develop player traits. I just feel he will probably not agree to triple training. So what do we pull off? Because, oh, okay, he's unflappable. He might be okay professionalism wise, I don't know. So say we go with, no, you know what? We could try to make him dribble, to cut inside from the left side. I think beating the offside trap is something that is within his playing style anyway. Sure, that could work. But I'd rather have him dribble through the middle of the pitch and draw some fouls. I want him to dribble more. I think this is viable with him with dribbling 9. And if they don't foul him, he might be a goal scoring threat. I don't care much if it goes against the offside trap or through the middle of the pitch if there's defenders there, right? So I guess that's what we'll try to do in case the assistant manager agrees to it, because he doesn't have great acceleration, pace and so on. So cut inside from the left. Nope. Nope. No, it's usually a trait that is down at the bottom. This is not included because he's not accomplished in the role, so that's why it doesn't show up. I guess we can try your idea. Yeah, he doesn't have the athleticism for it, at least according to our assistant manager. Okay, apparently it is placing shots. So we will go with places shots, your first idea. We'll do this. Great. If we ever see him to get that trait though, that's an entirely different story. We didn't praise Paul? Why? He was great. At least in training he was. Okay. No. There's 6 people in progress for Mitsala. Ooh. That's no good. That's not much better. There also might be loans here. That's not loan players, man. Why? Alright. Team cohesion drops more and more. We need to do something about this, and I don't know what. Because this team cohesion cannot remain that way. If it drops by itself, even though we do teamwork training and or social groups. I can do that immediately after a match. So in this situation, here I can do this. Yes. And this one does increase team cohesion anyway. You are right. We have an analyst now, so I think a review is possible. That's it. Yeah, so much for that. So In fact, this was the only option, I think, that we had to do this. Because here we cannot do it, can we? No. So I'd rather go with overall training. There's at least some team cohesion in here. But the match review, overall, if I have the choice, I do it. We can do... Yeah, it's up front here, though. We can slap a secondary teamwork in here. If we want to. This feels like a bit of a waste of time, though, because there is another teamwork session down here. What we can do... I mean, this kind of training doesn't exist that much anyway. No, but I'm thinking... Here. This is wrong. We should do the defensive shape here. And do a match preview here. Because a match preview increases sharpness slightly and it also increases team cohesion. We need that preview. And previews we might have some available. Or not. Never mind. So... we might have stood a chance at the start of the season, not now. I want to look at the social groups. These are players with similar levels of professionalism. Look at it. Wiles, balanced. Flynn Murray, unambitious. Burn, unambitious. Gibson, unambitious. Tumulty, spirited. Kirk, low determination. Brotherton, fairly sporting. These have similar levels of low to average professionalism, I think. They are not very professional players. But these are the ones that can remain. These have similar ages, that's all there is to it. Well, Thomas doesn't, he's 21. There's not a single player in here that has really great personality though. These are the ones we should build around. By the way, this implies that Fjellstedt has a fairly professional personality, more or less. Even though he's considered to be a balanced player, he might be close to being fairly professional. So this five-man group, this is what's interesting. Cloyd with them, by the way. Jones is a perfectionist, that makes some sense. Coleman makes some sense. Whereas Sam Jones should fit into this group nicely. So whoever we bring on, we want them to be similar to this group. I think this is the future core group. And the rest of them might need to leave at some point. Or adapt, that is. Mysteria, by the way, is their club. Club usually has a personality. It's fairly pro, yeah. So, I don't know if this was like that from the start. But we're trying to get this to professionalism. Gasolina, by the way, I forgot about this. He's up here. And we do not expect much of these players right now. They have not been with the club for that long. Yates had a wonderful start though. Teamwork practice? How do you mean? Well, we can slap in here, you know, team bonding. Is this what you're talking about? The thing is, then we don't do any overall training, so attributes will drop like a rock. Like the training, if we do not include at least one session of overall training in the semi-pro team, the training ratings here will not be up here. Yeah, we have. But my problem with the overall session here, well, I do not want to get rid of the attacking movement and defensive shape. We desperately need that bonus for every single match. Like, we're that close to going down. We need to get every bonus that we can get. But if we do not include the overall training here, we will have red ratings all over the place. At least it feels that way. So I'd rather include that and give them some possibility to grow a little bit. Every 0.2 points basically counts. If not for this particular situation, I would probably go with 2 sessions of overall training. This feels like they might not spend all the match experience, but I don't want to risk it. So, who's coming in though? Transfers in. So Clay might come in, he's balanced. Balanced and media friendly. There's not much to tell about his personality other than he's not a good personality and not a horrible one. If he agrees at all. Francis declined. Adrian Doherty comes in. He's a youth option more or less. That's it. He's a youth option that might make a contribution immediately. Because in comparison to McDowell, yeah, he's slow. That's it though. And he's resolute. Resolute is a good personality with some professionalism, so I can certainly see him as an option for the future if we ever witness that future. Darren Evans is somebody I want in the team at first glance. I'm not sure if he will play central defender or defensive midfielder, but he will be on the bench or he will play. And it will probably sacrifice Moody. Given his current position in the hierarchy, where's Moody? Here. I feel Moody will be fine. Either sitting on the bench or just doing nothing. And then there's Holt. There's exactly one reason why we bring in Holt. Jumping, strength, heading. He places shots and plays with back to the goal. So, and he has decent composure and an acceptable finish. So playing style will be turned around in January. We will go with all the crosses towards Holt. And that might work in attacking as well as in defensive formation. So he can get whatever he can get his head on. And hopefully he can score. This is also, this is our concept for build-up play too, by the way. Going forward. Well, I guess pun intended. But as a target forward on support duty, he can drop a bit deeper. Go for the headers and somebody will pick it up in midfield. And that's the entire concept for the build-up play. Long balls towards Holt. This is the concept of Ishak Holmstrom, which we have had at Jita Hogdals all over again. Just with a bit lower attributes overall. I guess that's good. Yeah, you got that right. Let me look into this. Because he knows how to play on one wing at least. Here. Yeah, well, the question is if we do that. So I'm not opposed to the idea. But if we do that, who do we play up front? And how do we want Holt to get the ball towards that guy? Because Holt's passing is 7 and his crossing is 5. Now, if he had that specific sample of attributes that's needed for a wide target forward, I agree with this. That said, with his traits, Especially with the one plays with back to goal. He's a supporting striker by definition. Like, I need to do a video on target forwards at some point, but in Football Manager, being a striker on support duty that plays with back to goal doesn't necessarily mean that he will not score. He will just, in some situations, he will look towards the own people. He will not try to penetrate. He will still jump for the ball in crossing situations and try to head it towards goal. Whilst a target man on attack, I think, will go for a run with the ball, muscling through defense, if he can do that. And that's a rare occasion for somebody on support duty. The one on support duty basically tries to pick it up and pass it back towards an own colleague, which is fine with him. He has decent passing. So I'm really excited for Holt if we survive until then. There isn't a particular reason, well in that case, let's go through this. So he's not unhappy at all. Forget about whatever the assistant manager says or whoever it is. He is not unhappy at all. Could you please stop giving me mails about people being... He's unhappy. He doesn't like the high amount of extra training. I'm not sure. So, the experience from Jidderhogdal's IK says that a single striker is totally fine in that situation, and there's two ways this can go. That single striker out jumps the defenders, which is, you know, what happens on a regular basis, and either he scores himself or he lays off passes to midfield, and midfield has a lot of space to, you know, pull off those long shots. So the second man for the strike partnership is already here. It's this one. Because he should have the finish to basically take whatever Holt doesn't bring towards goal. So in case it reaches Adam Jones, there should be some space. So two striker partnership is an idea. So two real strikers. But I'd rather prefer to use him as a shadow striker. This is a kind of classical combination. Now, it doesn't suit him to be called the little man in the partnership, but he would be. He comes with additional size and heading. I don't know, not that much of a pacey guy though. Maybe we can use him in shadow striker as well as Mitsala roles up until then. And maybe he can get some borderline ideas of how this works. If not, wouldn't be the first time that this fails. Oh, narcotics are wearing off. No, it feels weird, but at least it's not like half my head is without feeling anymore. I complain too much. Seriously. Or it might look that way. Okay. So, Flynn Murray's last performance wasn't that bad, was it? 6.9 rating. He was responsible for the goal we conceded, was he? But otherwise, he was okay. I think we want to play Massaro just due to the training. And I want to praise his conduct too. He did well. Overall, sitting on the bench doing nothing. Hopes to play the occasional match. Well, Mr. Influential Player, you can have an occasional match right today. And maybe this gives him some match experience. Did he ever perform on this level? Yeah, he's been with Taffs Well forever. Okay. So, but not in this league. It's been a while. He might get some experience. Flynn Murray. 6.9 rating last time out. His tackling was 100%, so I guess we can praise that. Yep. The chances created, not so much, but I'm not worried about him right now. I guess we can try to tell him that he needs to improve his penetration. Alright, this improved our relationship apparently. So that's good. Sam Jones. 7.0 rating last time out. 19 out of 36 passes isn't great. 7 out of 10 headers isn't great. 3 shots, 3 on target. Don't tell me his heading doesn't hit the goal. The problem is there's somebody in the goal. Otherwise, that's okay. He's an influential player these days. Not much to tell. Felstead. 6.8 rating in training. That's okay-ish. His heading last time out was okay. His interceptions were okay. I'm not concerned. He's alright. Alex McDowell. 8.05. His heading was shit. His tackling was 0% though. Yeah. Alright, that worked. Then there's Harry Martin. Harry trains really well and apparently he deserves an official warning for the 6.5 rating because we can. Heading was good. Doesn't matter though, he's a midfielder. Tackling was 100%, so I guess we praise that. As always. And then he didn't create that many chances. Given that he's a midfielder, I want him to create chances. So there you go. The young guy is not available yet, so I don't want to start Moody. Harry Martin can go on like this. Probably forever. Ryan Gibson. 6.6 rating last time out, 3 out of 3 tackles, so I guess that's a plus. Great. Anything in particular that wasn't great? I guess the lack of chances created, as always. It's his job after all. Kelly didn't play last time out. We will start him this game due to the 7.8 training rating, which is totally fine. He played last game and he had a 100% passing rate, so I guess we can praise that. There you go. Can we criticize his last performance too? There's nothing to speak of in terms of penetration. Wonderful. He might go with good morale to the match. Tumulty. Tumulty didn't play last time out. His training performance was fine though. His overall form isn't great, but I do not want to comment on this. I think that's too much. Yeah, forget about it. I will criticize his form. What am I doing? No goals. No assists. That sounds like a challenge I'm up for. Fantastic. More assists, please. I think this is way better and easier for him to achieve, by the way, than scoring. That said, I would take a goal too. Cloyd. He's trying, right? He's really trying. 6.3 rating last time out. Not a great game. No chances created. And there's absolutely no use talking to him. He just doesn't get to it. There's also heavy match load and so. Oh, they played in a U19. I guess that's just part of it. Whatever. We could try to use somebody else though. How's Trainer doing? Not great. So that leaves us with Adam Jones, who is on a whopping 8.00 rating. Last time out he scored 16 out of 18 passes, 2 shots, 2 on target, 1 was in. I will always agree with a goal scorer. His heading wasn't even that bad. That said, that's all there is to it. Yates. I will not comment on this. Mr. K. Grenade might have been on the pitch for more than 15 minutes. Yes, he was. 9 out of 11. We will criticize the fact that the strikers were feeding off scraps, as it is put here. Gary Byrne was on the pitch for pretty much the entire match. 6.5 rating. 20 out of 23 passes is not that bad, and he created a chance. So I guess we can praise the passing. Okay. That was an okay decision. Burn. 6.6 rating. Passing wasn't great. It's Moody, not Burn. Roberts, did he play at all? He did. 7 out of 9. Well. I guess we can criticize this. Yeah, and this is for the lack of chances created. He's easy to influence in a way. And Wilds didn't play. Coleman did. His passing was horrible. Next time you will sit on a bench, sir. We will try whatever the name, Massaro. So, whip crosses are fine. All of this looks decent. Considering the opposition, yeah, we want to go wide. Distributed flanks, I'm not so sure. I think maybe we want to roll it out and play it off defense, because they play, look at this, they play with 2 strikers. So if we play out of defense, either they press up high on the pitch and give away some space, or they don't, and we have a patient build-up play. So I think playing out of defense would be okay. In this situation though, we want to play down the wings. And the rest of it, I think we can agree upon. So, there's that. Position instructions. Now we're getting interesting. This is not a bad keeper, is it? No. That's okay-ish. Not much to do with him. His communication is a bit off. Jack Armstrong. His crosses might be a little bit dangerous, but he's a central defender. At least he's employed as a central defender right now. Passing isn't good, but it's not really bad either. I would not want to mark him tightly, that's for sure. I don't think this is okay. And we can't trigger the press on him, sure. His dribbling is really bad, but he has some bravery, some strength, so no hard tackling. Dylan Jones. Look at that acceleration and pace. Really bad off the ball movement. Passing is not good. His strength is off. He's rather brave though, so The 2 points of dribbling will probably not be worth mentioning, even though hard tackles seem to be an idea. He has a weak left foot. Composure is 5. Welcome back to the stream, sir. So I guess we trigger the press on him and do not mark him tightly. Jason Davies. Dribbling is a bit better, but nothing to be concerned of. Bravery is a bit better, but not concerning. The strength and jumping reach is too good to mark him tightly. He has decent passing though. Bit better. We got a point in the last game, so I guess that's a plus. But it was the one against whatever the name of that old club Draconians is. So it was a duel against the direct opposition. This now against Pentre. This is the duel against the last in the league. This is rock bottom. We need to win this. If we win this, we push them down into relegation, basically. At least morale-wise. They should not be able to compete with us. That said, you know, easier said than done. He has decent passing. I don't like this. And given their overall demeanor, they play hoofball, more or less, if I'm not mistaken. It's a defensive formation with direct passing. So, yeah. And by heart, they are Scottish, I think. He has a weak right foot, but I expect some long balls by this guy. And I don't like this. So, I guess I would like to have him man-marked. And to man-mark him will be really hard. There's nobody available that can mark him tightly. That's not a thing. His composure is 4. So forget about the tight marking instruction here. We can still try to close him down. Hopefully. Alex Palmer, show him to the left foot. He is a decent dribbler, most likely. We're not sure. His off-the-ball movement is shitty, strength and jumping reach are acceptable, passing is 5, composure is 4, press him, make him play some really bad balls. Yeah, and his finishing and long shots aren't that great either. Richard Maybury. Defensive midfielder. This is passing. He needs to be marked as tight as possible. We will probably put a striker on that duty, which might not result in much, but at least our striker can outjump him. His positioning is horrible. He's strictly some sort of passing machine that dwells on the ball. So the defensive midfielder is the one to mark for Mr. Jones. Personalized, please. In fact, the position instruction here should be a target forward. Thank you very much. Without this. This is better. And now we want him to mark... Not a striker. Where is it? This guy. Eason off tackles. Oh, I'm not so sure. Let's give him a yellow card. Then there's Dobie. He's the wingback on the left, but he goes to the middle with a right foot. So let's show him to the outside. And he has a whopping 4 points of crossing. So we will try to force him to pass, to cross, and use his low composure. And we will not mark him tightly. Even though his off-the-ball movement is shit. But his strength is okay. Let's not do that. He needs to do something with the ball. And he's no good at it, is he? His vision is okay. But his technicals aren't that great. We should be able to defend this. Bradley Flay. We don't know that much about him. We know one thing for sure. His passing is atrociously bad. So, same here. Do not mark tightly. Just trigger the press. Also, show him to the left foot. Chris Jones, passing is 7. His off-the-ball movement is okay, but all that off-the-ball movement, you can forget. I just realized, sorry, explosive birthday cake, I've been in the middle of it. Obviously I'm interested in how your week has been too. So in case you still want to mention that, feel free to tell me about your week, and if you have any plans for the weekend. Yeah, so again, his passing is 7. 7 points of passing are moderately dangerous. Same with the long shots and the finishing. He also gets into your opposition area. He has off-the-ball movement, which is really good. Those physicals, though, are really bad. So, we will do this the hard way. Mark him tightly, close, I guess, still close him down, and foul him off the pitch. If we can help it. Chris Powell, 2 points of finishing on a striker. Good dribbler, don't give away a penalty. So I guess we do ease off tackles on Powell. His strength is 1 though. And his passing is 8, so I guess we still close him down. Due to the bad finishing and bad long shots though. And a bad composure. We hope he misplaces balls. Also, he's somewhat fast, but his off-the-ball movement is 5, so tight marking is a thing. Doesn't have a weak foot. Well, not a really weak one. This one does. It's the right one. Strength is 1. Dribbling is 5. Finishing is 12. Off-the-ball movement is 13. Do not mark this guy tightly, he will outrun you. Do close him down. And do hit him with the elbow to the face. That's it. That's a lot of instructions and it might be a bit of a problem at some point. Let's see how this goes. I will probably forget some things, but we are favorites. Well, in that case. Massaro is inspired. Well, cool. Welcome to the team, Mr. Massaro. This is against the last one in the league, so I want you to have a clean sheet. This sounds like you go out of sync. You might wanna, I guess you called your provider, did you? You might wanna call your provider. And you can have a look at, maybe at the protocol on the router. Come on, McDowell. You have, so I'm not an expert with this. But maybe you can have a look at the router's log and see what the log does. And I suspect it goes out of sync. It might drop packets prior to that and then lose synchronization. That's something to fix on the provider side, usually. And I think on a regular basis what they do is just decrease overall throughput for you to fix this. Dangerous one. Massaro picks up the ball. Felds that towards Tumulty. Not a great choice. Flynn Murray. Gibson. Will Gibson find a pass? He does. Is it offside? Oh, for fuck's sake. It's offside. So close. Flynn Murray. Tumulty. Flynn Murray. Cross from deep towards Jones. Wins the header. Gibson. Martin. Martin towards Tumulty. Nice choice. Really nice choice. Easy. Absolutely easy. I really like that.
Easy.
I found a sticker for it. Fantastic. This is how we intended it. Not offside apparently. And Jones just slapped it in. Now, if only we can take that to the end of the game. And maybe I should pray to the footballing gods more often. Massaro's long ball towards Cloyd. Cloyd outruns his marker. Barely. Oh. So close to being an own goal. I would have loved a second one for us. Flynn Murray with the corner. Feldstedt, nothing. That ends up as a second corner though. Can we score a second goal? Come on. If you do, I make us favorites to win. We should be favorites right now, but still. We need to win this game. Flynn Murray. Jones. It's either towards goal and straight towards the keeper, or it's towards the corner of the net. And just not good enough. And the keeper will be there to save it. It's always the same with Jones, for some reason. This time out though, found the long ball towards Gibson. And we get another corner. It's 10 minutes into the game and it seems like going down the wing is not a bad choice. I like this. Flynn Murray. Push by Feldstedt. Yeah, that's his personality, I think. That's part of his personality anyway. Jones. Gibson. Tumulty. Go! Run, Tumulty. That's not running. That's somewhat something of a dribble. And that header wasn't that far off. I'm happy with this. Until intercepted by McDowell. Cloyd. Pass into deep. Jones. Jones goes past his man. Second goal of the game. I think I love poachers. Fantastic. This is how it should be. Long kick by Antel, intercepted by McDowell at midfield. Cloyd with a wonderful pass and Jones just puts it past the keeper. I love it. We should have done this all season. It probably wouldn't have worked, but this is how it should be. McDowell again. This time he doesn't find Cloyd. So I guess I asked enough and now we receive. Obviously a case of praise the players. Palmer, is it offside? It is offside. Let's praise the entire team, cause freaking fantastic. Massaro also had a clean sheet. Well, because nobody took a shot on his goal. So far that is. Martin on a yellow card now. McDowell. Armstrong, Jones, Massaro. And a long ball. Yeah, I thought about it. So I guess we can switch him to DM. I also thought about substituting him, but you know. Go with defensive midfielder. He's off tackles. He's not a great passer, is he? So I guess taking fewer risks is a thing. And I don't think we had him mark anyone in particular. We basically want him to be available until minute 60. And afterwards we can bring on Moody. McDowell again, Flay towards Powell, first shot of the game. Did they change? Same formation. Massaro towards McDowell. Interesting ball towards Cloyd. Cloyd. Goes past his man. Cuts back inside. Kelly. Nice pass. Gibson. How many chances, Gibson, do you want? I realize that you are 17 years old, but how many of those freaking chances do you need? Flynn Murray. Cloyd. Flynn Murray again. Is it offside? It is. Massaro distributes down the wing. Just as instructed. McDowell again. Will Jones pick up the ball? Nope, but Tumulty is available. Tumulty. Gibson. It's offside this time. I cannot believe it. Gibson will score at 1 point. It might not be this season though. First, there's Jones, which makes it free. So, I guess we're happy with this, are we? Flynn Murray. This was not a corner, but it felt like a corner. And Jones finally gets his goal. 6 shots, 1 expected goal, 3 scored. Well shot. Flynn Murray towards Jones. Gibson doesn't pick up the ball. Armstrong. Easy one for Felstad. Kelly. Jones. Nothing. Nothing? Oh! Nice one, Tumulty. And there's a cross from deep. So I guess he would have needed to get it to Cloyd. Gibson. Felstad. And Tell. Oh, so close. Gibson. They certainly don't hold back with the shooting. Felstad's free kick. He was on target. Felstad again. And Dobie. And we get a corner. Cleared into touch. But we could do better with the passing. I think we're just fine with the passing. Thank you very much. Gibson. Not one for Jones. Gibson. Tumulty. Palmer. Powell will pick up that ball. He does. And nothing. Who's Chris Jones? That's a midfielder. So it doesn't matter much. We can't do much about him. He's a central midfielder. Palmer and Gibson on a yellow card. So we don't want Gibson to go off. So I guess we tell him to ease off tackles. McDuff. He's instructed to mark somebody in particular. I think this is an old instruction. This can go. Felstad towards Jones. And it was offside. We should probably praise him once more, will we? Felstad. There's 2 Joneses up front and none of them gets their head to the ball. but so far we're fine. 3 goals up. Will Cloyd find this ball? Probably not. Should have ran for it. Well done. Well done by Gibson and Martin together. Both on a yellow card. Tumulty. We will substitute the yellow cards in halftime. Nice one, nice idea. And we get another corner. So the defensive midfielder as well as the central midfielder will go off. We will need to find somebody there who can play another 45 minutes without conceding 3 goals. I think we can manage to get that. Flynn Murray. No big deal. Just do another. And they are well under pressure. For some reason. Flynn Murray. Corner. Jones. Could have been his second. We're good. 3-0. And I was worried. Absolutely freaking fantastic. Let's give them another 5 minutes and afterwards take them off. There's nothing to be done here. We could go down the left wing more often than not. I think we could go down the... Well, okay, this is the right wing. Yeah, so down Palmer's area maybe. On the other hand, doing both worked fine so far. Palmer, Dobie, well defended. That's all there is to it. McDowell towards Jones. McDowell again, just hoofball. Jones, and nobody's there to pick it up. Is it? Jones. Oh, it could have been the 4th. What a shot. He should have ran with it a little bit at least. Alright, we said we want to bring Moody. Here he is. Here's Moody. And I think we will put him back to ball-winning midfielder in this situation. Gotta get some aggression on the pitch. Also, Gibson is not doing well. So, given our options here, I would argue that Byrne is probably the best choice we have. He's a playmaker more or less. He can play central midfielder though. And... well, his attacking isn't great, but why not? So I guess we go with Gary Byrne, central midfielder on attack. Can he do Metzala too? What's missing for Metzala? The finish. Sure. So I guess we put him on attack. Cross less often and he's off tackles? Yeah, that's fine. And we put him on... where is it? There. Up front. Yeah, up on the top. So now he will just get further forward. And also he can take more risks, passing-wise. Because he's a playmaker type. He has the vision, he has some flair, he has some passing. He should be able to do that. Get out there, score 4th and a 5th. You can do this. And do not concede. Under no circumstances will you concede. Flay. That shouldn't be a problem. Flynn Murray. Can you play a considerate passing game, please? Jones. That's not offside. Oh. We gave away a good chance. We were lucky. They changed something. Somebody came on. Roberts did. I think. So... I don't want to wait for this situation. I want to have a look at him. Cameron Roberts is a snail, pace-wise. No off-the-ball movement to speak of. He's right-footed and they play him on the left wing-back position for some reason. Yeah, we could. Yeah, we could. Good idea. What do we do about him, though? He is not a good passer. His dribbling is okay-ish. Press him, right? Just press him. And in other areas, these. We will switch these and he will go on cover duty. To match the poacher. And the other one is Powell. Is Powell the target man? By no means. We will need to look at the tablet once more. As a very wise person with a rather spotty internet connection told me. No, he's a pressing forward. Okay. Forget about this. Burn. Feldstedt. Over. A little bit over the top. McDowell again. Not a chance for Cloyd. They still put it into touch. And this is absolutely fine. Massaro on a 7.0 rating. Sure, he didn't contribute much. But it works. At least for now. Burn. Until. And we have 3 men in the back. Jones. Flynn Murray. For some reason he goes with an immediate cross. Ah. Jones was offside. I don't think we need to do much else. But this is not a case of need, is it? Jones, Davies, towards Powell, McDowell, and another long ball towards Jones. Davies, Jones, Davies, Feldstedt, Jones, Flynn Murray. Yeah, it might be that this is what we see. True. Yates is also not a tall player. Or he doesn't have great jumping. Tumulty's ball. Burn. Come on, Jones. Ha! It's a corner. So, my guess right now is we need to put these on the pitch that need playing time. Right? So this is not Yates. This would be Wiles, Roberts, and Mr. Cake Grenade. And we can do that right after that corner. I just want to give them some sharpness. That's all there is to it. Because this game's done. If we do not win this, I don't know what happened. I will probably... I'm not gonna predict that I will resign, but it feels that way. If we lose this, that is. Because, well... we definitely should win this game. Flynn Murray. Another corner. Alright. 70 minutes into the game, let's give Jamie Roberts, Freddie Wiles, as well as Mr. K Grenade some time on the pitch, because they all need the match sharpness. Don't let it happen. Get out there and score a fourth, at least. Let them be part of it. Feldstedt, there's Mr. Cake Grenade, fresh on the pitch, Burn, towards Jones, Cloyd, obviously went with the finish, Burn, he did not see Mr. Cake Grenade out there, Roberts does, oh come on, And Mr. K Grenade apparently had, I don't know, it felt like with a bike, with one of those broken teeth. He just stopped for a second and took up additional pace later on. Until nice long ball, Roberts well intercepted. Floyd, Jones, and Wilds. 15 minutes to go. Davies, Roberts, Terran, Roberts, Davies. And across from deep towards Terran. That's not offside. Intercepted by Jones there. Wow, we gave away a chance. I want to look at something. This is fairly wide right now. Yeah, we can live with that, can we? They brought on an additional player. Let's see what this guy does. Whilst we substituted 5. We have no idea. This looks like a grayed out player to me. So maybe not even a real player. Because he's a 17-year-old and he had no face. Jones. And you know, faces usually should be there. So this will be one of these players that is randomly generated in case there's not enough players for the squad. Cloyd intercepts the ball. Burn. Nice ball towards Mr. K Grenade. Can he find an additional pass? Oh, come on, man. Seriously. Burn. That was not the best finish that we could have hoped for in that situation. Should have done better. Burn. Antel is probably the best man on the pitch for them, even though he conceded 3 goals. Well, Mr. Jones apparently has a good performance. Not sure why that is. Felstead, Roberts. He sat on the bench, so that's probably how it came. Mr. Cake Grenade. Not a bad idea for a pass. Felstead. And Roberts. Roberts cross from deep towards Cloyd. Expected goal says 1.66. The fact that I'm starting to complain about 3 goals at this point, that might tell you something. We could have scored 5. At least. So we will go with the additional praises, whatever happens. Cloyd. Wilds. 3 points of crossing. Kelly. Burn. Nope. Cloyd, that's the game. 18 shots. They had 3. Can we argue that this is entirely deserved? Or should we argue that we should have scored more? Because it certainly feels that way. I guess I'm relieved. They didn't stand a chance. Now, if only we can do that against the leaders of the league next time out. Because for now, we left the relegation zone. And 2 games for 4 points in aggregate, this is totally fine. Yes, I would have preferred 6, but we're getting there. Also look at the goal difference. You might guesstimate at this point that we do not concede that much. So this is how we stop going down. At least that's what I hope for. Let's look at the board's opinion on this though. Or maybe go through the press conference first. There's a whopping one journalist, Charlie Jones. It's fantastic. Oh, he did? Well, in that case... not one shot on goal allowed. I am very, very happy with this. What's my reaction? I think a central defender should score more. He's a fantastic perfectionist and hopefully he can score a few more goals. After today's fine performance, I guess we could do with him, yes. So why not? I don't know if he wants to though. 2 goals, 8.5 rating. Morale is not perfect for some absurd reason. Maybe he can start stop arguing with officials now, given that there's no need to argue with officials once he scores 2 goals a game. So I wanted to look at the match ratings though. Also, I found out something. I can schedule streams now. One-time streams, that is. So, once you achieve the rank of affiliate, I guess, on Twitch, you can schedule those one-time events that I couldn't do prior to this. So, I can now tell you to look at the schedule for the next stream. I just remembered that. Because I don't know when the next stream will be. It might be this weekend, it might be a bit off. I don't know yet. Hold will be signed, so that's good. I don't care right now, but we need it at some point. Now, we will have a look at Club Vision, performance, match performances. So they are not that happy with the match against Cardiff. Which I guess I can understand. We should have won that match. Yeah, we should have scored, basically. I agree with this. And this was not that bad, actually. But this is as good as it gets. So, we can be happy with this, yes. Team cohesion didn't improve much though. I don't know what to do about this. And maybe Cloyd can finally get his head out of his backside and stop being that annoying. But I feel like this might take until the start of the next season. He will not stop with that promise. Where is it? Promises. Well, I will not apply for other jobs. Yeah. 239 days. Not finding him. And we do need to keep acceptable managerial support. So we need to be very careful with the players. And not overdo it with the disciplinary action. Fine. We've got it though. So 4 points out of 2 matches. I will wrap up the stream now and spend some time with my girlfriend. Maybe watch a movie or something. I don't know. Maybe do some some building of furniture. We have some new deliveries here. As I said, maybe I will get to another stream this weekend. I don't know yet. In any case, I will try to come up with a schedule for the future For example, most Fridays is probably likely that I stream around this time, right now. In the future, hopefully without a dentist appointment right in front of it. So thank you very much for watching, and I wish you all a very nice weekend. 4 points, 3 goals in the last match. See you soon.